Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. In the high towers of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the wind danced softly between stone battlements, tugging at banners and whispering down chimney flues like a curious ghost. The castle stood as it always had, proud, mysterious, and timeless, but even the most ancient of places can hold secrets yet to be uncovered, and even the bravest of hearts can be tested by what lies hidden in the dark. It was the first week of April, and spring had begun to touch the grounds with a gentle hand. The lake shimmered with morning light, the forbidden forest stirred with new life, and the students, those who remained during the strange war-shadowed year, tried to carry on as best they could. And so it was that Harry Potter found himself seated in the Gryffindor common room, listening absently to the crackling fire as Ron and Hermione bickered quietly over a textbook. "You're misreading the runes again," Hermione said, tapping the open page. "This one means guard, not gold." Ron gave her a withering look. How does that even make sense? Why would someone carve guard into a vault door? Because they were protecting something, Ron. Honestly, it's not that complicated. Harry smiled faintly, watching the shadows dance along the crimson and gold walls of the room. There was a comfort in the ordinary, even when nothing about the world beyond Hogwarts gates felt safe anymore. But then, that night, the ordinary shattered. It began with a sound, soft and strange, like footsteps where none should be. Harry glanced toward the dormitory stairwell. Empty. Ron had stopped mid-sentence. Hermione tilted her head. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. A low creaking echoed once more, unmistakably from the far end of the common room. The three of them stood in unison. There, beside the portrait of Godric Gryffindor, the one few ever noticed and even fewer paid mind to, was a narrow flight of stairs. Old, dust-coated and made of carved red stone, the staircase twisted upward into the shadows of the ceiling, right where there had never been anything before. "That wasn't there this morning," Ron said, taking a cautious step closer. "Was it?" Hermione shook her head slowly. "I've read every known map of this tower. That stair doesn't exist." But there it stood, undeniable and real. Harry reached out and brushed his fingers against the railing. The stone was cold, ancient, as though it had waited centuries for someone to notice it again. And then, before their eyes, it vanished. No sound, no light. One moment it was there, solid and towering. The next, nothing but bare floor and the tapestry-covered wall. "Blimey," Ron muttered. "Did we all just go mad?" Hermione, crouched by the wall, wanned out. "It's not madness, it's enchantment, some kind of concealment spell, one I've never seen before." They didn't speak much more of it that night, but each of them lay awake long after lights out, staring at the ceiling above their beds, haunted by the impossible image of those vanished stairs. But the castle was not done yet. Over the following days, strange things began to happen. First, it was the younger students, wide-eyed first years, complaining about voices whispering through the fireplace after dark. One girl, Eloise Midgen's cousin, swore she'd seen the painting of Godric Gryffindor blink at her. Then a Gryffindor boy tripped on a stair that wasn't there, breaking his ankle. Madame Pomfrey muttered about faulty stones, but her eyes were troubled. On the fourth night, Harry was awoken by a sudden chill. The fire in the hearth had gone out, though it had been burning only minutes before. He sat up, heart thudding, and saw a faint glow at the far end of the room, right where the staircase had been. He rose silently, slipping on his dressing gown and grabbing his wand. As he crept closer, he saw it again, the staircase, faint as mist, shimmering like a reflection on water. "Ron," he whispered, "Hermione." They stirred quickly, trained by years of danger to wake without hesitation. "It's back," Harry said, pointing. The three of them stood before the ghostly stairwell, watching as it faded in and out of sight like breath on glass. Hermione was scribbling furiously in a notebook she'd snatched from her bag. "It's appearing at the same time every night," she said. "I think it's tied to the phases of the moon or some kind of temporal magic. Or it's trying to tell us something," Harry murmured. Ron frowned. "What, like? Come on up, don't worry, definitely nothing horrible waiting at the top." Harry didn't laugh. "No. More like, it wants to be found." They agreed to begin their investigation the next night, prepared, armed, and ready. They needed more than just courage. They needed knowledge. The next day, beneath the quiet hush of the library, Hermione unearthed an old tome from the restricted section, with Madame Pince's reluctant permission. "The Hidden Works of the Founders," it was called. And there, in faded ink and broken Latin, was a single passage they couldn't ignore. "In Gryffindor's house, when moonlight doth wane, a stair may appear, both ancient and fain. Not up, but down the brave must go, to seal again what once did grow." They read it aloud in silence. "Not up," Ron repeated. "So that staircase, it doesn't lead to the top of the tower." Hermione shook her head. "It leads beneath it." Harry closed the book gently. "We're not dealing with a hidden passage. We're dealing with a forgotten prison." And with that, the true nature of the mystery took shape. Not simply a vanished stair, but a door to something locked away since the days of the Founders. Something stirring once more beneath the stones of Gryffindor Tower. That night, as the moon dipped low in the sky, they stood again before the stairs. This time, when they appeared, they did not hesitate. Harry took the first step, wand raised. Ron followed, muttering under his breath. Hermione came last, her heart thudding in her chest. And as the staircase swallowed them in silence, the wall behind closed tight. Not with a slam, but a whisper, as though the castle itself knew what was to come. The staircase wound downwards in a slow, spiraling descent, narrower and steeper than any within the known parts of the castle. The walls were stone, red like the hearth bricks of the Gryffindor common room, but older, rougher, flecked with traces of iron and veined with cracks that had not been touched in centuries. The air was dry and still, and their footsteps echoed in a way that made each of them feel they were being followed, though none dared to speak it aloud. Harry kept his wand raised, its tip casting a narrow beam of light that glimmered off dust motes hanging motionless in the air. Ron was just behind him, peering into the shadows, and Hermione brought up the rear, glancing often behind them, her wand clenched tight in her hand. "These stairs weren't built with the rest of the castle," Hermione whispered after a while, her voice quiet and tight. "They're too old, this architecture. It's more like the foundations." "How far down do you think it goes?" Ron muttered. Harry didn't answer, but the question hung over them like a weight. The spiral seemed to twist endlessly downward, and there were no doors, no landings, only the same cold stone. It was as though the castle itself was leading them deeper than they were ever meant to go. At last, after what felt like hours but could only have been minutes, the stairs came to an end. They stepped out into a long corridor, low-ceilinged and narrow, lit faintly by torches that flared to life one by one as they approached. The stonework here was darker, lined with strange symbols carved shallowly into the walls, worn down with age. The air smelled of dust and something older, like parchment that had been hidden for too long, or the dry hush of tombs. "This isn't just a passageway," Hermione said, eyes scanning the walls. "It's a warded space. These runes are meant to bind something in. Or keep something out," Ron added, though the look on his face suggested he didn't believe his own words. Harry moved ahead, every sense alert. They reached a heavy wooden door bound with blackened iron, and when Harry touched it, it swung open soundlessly. Beyond lay a chamber, circular, domed, and utterly silent. In the center stood a pedestal of red marble, and upon it rested a sword, but not the sword of Gryffindor. This blade was long and narrow, forged from a silvery black metal that shimmered strangely in the dim light. Its hilt was wrapped in dark leather, and a single crimson gem pulsed faintly in the pommel. Hermione stepped forward, eyes wide with disbelief. This isn't in any of the records. It's not mentioned in any founder's text I've read." Ron frowned. "Could it be another relic? Like Slytherin's locket or Ravenclaw's diadem?" "No," said Harry quietly. "It doesn't feel like them. This doesn't feel alive. It feels cursed." As they circled the pedestal, the torches around the chamber flickered and dimmed. A low humming began to fill the air, not a sound exactly, but a vibration that they felt in their bones, like the deep, distant growl of something ancient awakening. Hermione's voice was tight with urgency. "This is it. This is what the rhyme was about. Seal again what once did grow. This sword, it was hidden here by Gryffindor, not to be used, but to be forgotten." Ron looked around nervously. Why hide a sword? If it's cursed, why not destroy it? "Maybe they couldn't," said Harry. "Maybe hiding it was the only way." As if in response to his words, the gem in the sword flared. Shadows crawled across the walls, forming shapes that flickered and twisted. Men in armor, dragons, wolves. Then they collapsed into darkness once more, and the room fell still. Hermione drew a deep breath and took out her wand. "We need to reinforce the wards. Keep it sealed. If it's waking up now, something's disturbed the balance." Harry nodded. "Let's do it quickly. I don't want to be down here longer than we have to." They began casting in tandem, Hermione chanting old containment spells she had memorized from texts most students never even saw, Harry weaving protective enchantments, Ron adding whatever defensive charms he knew. But as they worked, the sword began to hum louder, and the walls began to pulse with red light. Suddenly the chamber shook. Dust rained down from above, and a deep crack split the floor near the pedestal. Something was breaking through. "We're too late," Hermione said, her voice tight with fear. "The seal's failing." Before she could finish, a dark shape burst from the crack. It wasn't solid, not entirely. It looked like smoke and shadow, shaped like a serpent, its eyes glowing with ember-like fire. It darted toward them, fast as thought. Harry raised his wand. "Protego!" The shield charm burst outward just in time, forcing the shadow back. Ron followed with a stunning spell that had no effect, and Hermione shouted a binding incantation, her voice shaking but steady. The shadow writhed and shrieked, its form twisting and recoiling. It dove at the sword, but just before it could reach it, a light flared from the gem in the pommel. The shadow screamed and vanished, the chamber stilling once more. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then Hermione stepped forward, eyes fixed on the gem. "It's not just cursed, it's a prison." Harry stared at her. "You mean something's trapped in the sword?" Hermione nodded slowly. "Yes, and if it's waking up now, something else is weakening the magic holding it in." Ron looked around the chamber. "Like what?" Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. "I don't know, but if this thing gets out, it won't be just Hogwarts in danger." Harry looked down at the blade again. The gem was pulsing slowly, steadily, like the heartbeat of something sleeping. He clenched his jaw. "And we need to find out what this is, where it came from, and how to stop it for good." Hermione nodded. "We need to go back to the Founder's records, the oldest ones. We need to find out what Gryffindor did and why he did it alone." Reluctantly, they turned from the pedestal and made their way back through the corridor, up the long spiral stair. As they ascended, the torches behind them flickered out, one by one, and the door at the top sealed itself once more. The common room was silent when they returned, the fire crackling softly as though nothing had changed. But they all knew the truth. Something ancient had stirred beneath Gryffindor Tower. And it was only the beginning. By the next morning, the sun had risen over Hogwarts with its usual golden indifference, casting soft light over the castle grounds and turning the lake into a mirror of clouds. But inside the Gryffindor common room, the three friends sat huddled at their usual table, hunched over books and scrolls Hermione had summoned from the restricted stacks before dawn. Their faces were pale, their expressions tight, and the uneaten breakfast Ron had brought up from the Great Hall lay forgotten at the edge of the table. "We need to know what this thing is," Harry said, flipping through the brittle parchment of a book so old it left dust on his fingers. "If Gryffindor sealed it away, there has to be a record somewhere." "There should be," Hermione muttered, scanning a passage with narrowed eyes. "But so far, nothing. I've checked the Chronicle of the Tower Builders, old wards and ancient locks, and even the forbidden vaults of the Founders. There's no mention of a second sword, cursed or otherwise." Ron shoved a thick tome aside and rubbed his face. "What about the Bloody Baron, or Nearly Headless Nick? They've been around forever. Maybe the ghosts know something." Hermione considered it for a moment, then shook her head. "If this secret was kept hidden even from the Hogwarts records, I doubt the ghosts would have been told. This feels deliberately buried." Harry sat back, frowning at nothing. His thoughts kept returning to the shadow that had risen from the cracked floor, the way it had moved, the eerie pull of the sword, as though it had recognized them. It hadn't attacked to hurt. It had gone straight for the weapon. As the morning passed into afternoon, and the bustle of students filtered in and out of the common room, a cold draft stirred the air. The fire flickered, and Hermione suddenly went still, her eyes frozen on a page she'd just turned. "Here," she whispered. "Listen to this." She turned the book toward them and began to read aloud, her voice trembling with excitement and unease. "In the founding days, there was a weapon forged not for war, but for judgment. Wrought in secret by one founder alone, it bore no heraldry and no name was given. It was made to hold what could not be killed, to bind what could not be banished. In time, even its purpose was forgotten, and so too was its prison. Ron gave a low whistle. That sounds like our cursed sword, doesn't it? Hermione nodded. It has to be. But the text doesn't say what was trapped. Harry leaned closer. What if it wasn't just an object that was sealed? What if it was someone? They looked at one another, the idea hanging in the air like smoke. Hermione closed the book slowly. If something or someone was locked inside the sword, then its release could mean more than a simple curse. It could be a resurrection. Ron paled. Of what, another dark wizard? Or something worse, Hermione said grimly. Something older, maybe even from before Hogwarts. That night, they returned to the common room with more books, more maps, and more questions than answers. The staircase did not appear, nor did it the following night, but that did not stop them from preparing. Hermione worked on reinforcing the concealment charms around the place where the stair had appeared, though she admitted she doubted they would hold if the enchantments within the tower truly wished to break through. On the third evening, as rain lashed the windows and thunder rolled across the Scottish Highlands, the staircase returned. It shimmered into being slowly this time, as though reluctant, its red stone darker and slicker than before, glistening as though it had been pulled from deep earth. Without speaking, they descended once more, the silence between them heavy with dread. The chamber at the bottom was unchanged, at least at first glance. The sword still rested atop the pedestal, the gem pulsing faintly. But as they stepped into the room, the torches did not light. Instead, the gem flared white. Harry froze, his wand lifted. "Something's different," he said, his voice low. The sword gave off a faint hum, like metal singing beneath strain. Then a voice, thin and distant, echoed through the chamber. Not loud, but sharp as glass. "Who dares disturb the seal?" The three spun, searching for the source. The voice had no clear direction. It seemed to come from the very stones, from the shadows behind the runes. "We're students," Hermione said clearly, stepping forward. "We didn't come to break the seal. We came to understand it." A cold laugh followed, a terrible sound, empty of warmth. So did he. Ron's knuckles went white on his wand. "He who?" "The heir." The word echoed off the walls like a tolling bell. Harry stepped forward now, heart hammering. Whose heir? The silence returned, thicker than before. Then the gem and the sword darkened to black. The one who dared wear the lion's cloak. The one who bled upon this stone. The one who thought he could contain me. The chamber shook. A line of fire raced across the floor, splitting the stone around the pedestal. The shadow returned, rising in coils, forming into a shape larger than before, no longer formless, but growing limbs, a torso, a head. This time it spoke not with whispers, but with a voice like cracking earth. "I am the forgotten fire. I am wrath without name. I am the first curse." Hermione shouted a warding charm, and the shield flared up around the pedestal just as the shadow lunged. The impact knocked them all back, but the barrier held, flickering and groaning with strain. Harry scrambled to his feet, heart racing. "We can't fight it, not like this. We need help." Ron swore under his breath. "Who are we supposed to tell? McGonagall? She'll think we're making it up." "She won't," Hermione said, already dragging open her bag and pulling out a scroll. "But we'll need more than her. We need someone who knows the old magics, someone who understands the founders." Harry's mind raced, and then the answer came, clear and undeniable. Griphook, Grithia. Hermione stared at him. The goblin? Harry nodded. He knew about goblin-forged swords. He knew the history of Gryffindor's blade. If anyone can tell us what this is, it's him. Ron groaned. And how exactly do you plan to find a goblin who hates us and probably wants us dead? Harry's jaw clenched. We'll find a way. The shadow shrieked again, flinging itself at the barrier, which cracked visibly now. Stones fell from the ceiling. The gem pulsed once more, and then, suddenly, the pedestal itself began to sink into the floor, taking the sword with it. Hermione shouted a freezing charm, but it was too late. The sword vanished below, swallowed by the earth. The shadow retreated with a hiss, and the chamber grew still once more. The torchlight flickered back to life. Harry looked at the cracked floor where the pedestal had stood. Whatever protections had held the cursed weapon in place, they were failing. "We're out of time," he said softly. "It's breaking free." And far above, in the warm comfort of the Gryffindor common room, the wall where the staircase had appeared was now dark and cold, a line of blackened stone running up from the floor to the ceiling, like a scar. The next morning brought with it no comfort. The sun broke through the clouds, casting warm golden beams across the castle grounds, but within Gryffindor Tower, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in grim silence. The air inside the common room seemed heavier, charged with the memory of what they had seen beneath the tower. The vanished pedestal, the rising shadow, the name whispered with venom. The first curse. Even the fire in the hearth crackled less brightly than usual, as if the very stones of the castle had grown wary. "We need to leave the castle," Harry said quietly, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. A group of second years passed by, chattering obliviously about an upcoming transfiguration test. "We have to find Griphook." Hermione frowned. "We don't even know where he is. After the war, most goblins returned to Gringotts, but Griphook, he's not the type to settle quietly behind a counter. Not after what happened." Ron muttered something under his breath about backstabbing and betrayal, but Harry ignored him. "He still knows things we don't, about goblin-forged relics, about magical prisons, about Gryffindor's sword, and maybe this cursed one too." Hermione sighed and ran a hand through her hair. "Then we'll have to check the ministry registry. See if he's been in contact with any known goblin enclaves. If not, we can try Nocturne Alley. Someone there always knows how to find people who don't want to be found." They made a plan to slip out of the castle under the pretense of visiting Hogsmeade for weekend errands. Professor McGonagall, though strict, had grown to trust them, and with the war behind them, security had eased somewhat. By noon, they were making their way down the path beyond the gates, cloaks wrapped tight against the spring chill, and bags packed with every charm and potion Hermione thought they might need. The village was bustling with students buying sweets and supplies, but they kept to the shadows, cutting through the alley behind Honeydukes and down toward the hidden passage that led into the Forbidden Forest. From there, they would use Hermione's newest enchantment, an apparition anchor bound to a hidden clearing deep within the woods, well beyond the castle's protective charms. When they reappeared with the telltale pop of displaced air, they found themselves standing in a narrow cobbled lane that wound through the older part of Diagon Alley. The buildings here leaned at strange angles, and many bore boarded-up windows and faded signs. A beggar dozed beside a barrel of rotting apples, and a raven perched on a crooked lamppost, eyeing them with an unsettling intelligence. "Nocturne's just ahead," Ron muttered. "I hate this place." They pushed on, cloaks drawn close, Hermione cast a quiet notice-me-not charm as they stepped into the shadowed alley where the air smelled of ash and damp stone. At the far end stood a crooked little shop called Glumble and Bile, run by a half-blind hag who dealt in memory elixirs and cursed trinkets. She was not friendly, but when Hermione whispered Griphook's name, she gave a toothless grin. "Ah, the Blade Whisperer," she croaked. "He don't live here, no, but he comes by sometimes. Last I saw him, he was asking about old blood packs and battle-forged chains. Left me a vial of bone oil and a riddle." Harry leaned in. "Where did he go?" "West, through the warren beneath the black iron gate. Tell him Morla still owes him a secret." She let out a chuckle that was more wheeze than laugh, then disappeared behind a curtain of dusty feathers. The directions were vague, but they followed them all the same. West led them through a maze of underground streets, sealed tunnels and magical doors that required everything from riddles to blood to open. At last, after hours of searching, they found a gate of black iron, rusted and ancient, half buried in the wall of a forgotten street. Hermione stepped forward and whispered a charm. The iron groaned, then creaked open slowly to reveal a stairway carved from obsidian, leading down into silence. It was well past dusk when they finally found him. Griphook sat alone in a stone chamber lit by a single floating lantern. The walls were lined with scrolls, blades, and armor so old it looked like it might crumble to dust if touched. He did not rise as they entered, but his dark eyes narrowed. "You," he said coldly. "I should curse the lot of you." "We need your help," Harry said at once. "There's another sword beneath Gryffindor Tower. We think it's one of the Founder's creations. It's cursed, and something inside it is trying to break free." Griphook tilted his head, fingers tightening around the handle of a dagger he wore at his belt. "Another sword? It's not goblin-made," Hermione said quickly, stepping forward, "but it is bound by ancient magic. We believe it was meant to imprison something, a spirit, a creature, maybe even a curse that can't be destroyed." The goblin's eyes glinted with something like interest. He rose slowly, moving to one of the scroll racks. "There were whispers once," he said, drawing out a brittle parchment, "not in human histories, but in goblin song, of a blade that devoured shadow, forged in silence, by one who wore the lion's cloak, a sword not for kings, but for jailers." He turned to face them. "If what you found matches this song, you are too late. The prison is weakening. The first curse is not merely a creature. It is a magic older than your castle, older than your founders, a fragment of the wild dark, born in the age when spells had no words." Harry felt the weight of those words settle like iron on his chest. "Can it be destroyed?" Griphook bared his teeth. "Perhaps, but not by human wands. If it was forged by the lion, it must be bound by the lion's line." Ron blinked. "You mean Gryffindor's descendant?" "Yes," the goblin said, nodding slowly. "If one still lives." Hermione's brow furrowed. "But no one knows if he had children." Griphook gave her a hard look. "Then you had better find out. Quickly, for if the sword falls into the wrong hands, the first curse will not remain sealed, and once it walks the world again, no wall, no wand, no charm of man or beast will stop it." Harry swallowed hard. "Then we start with the castle records, the portraits, the ghosts. Someone must know if Gryffindor left an heir." Griphook returned to his desk, unrolling the parchment and studying its faded runes. "Go," he said, "before the moon wanes again. When it does, the seal will crack, and then the shadows will not be content to stay below. As they left the chamber and climbed the winding path back to the surface, the wind howled through the alleyways like a warning. Above them, the night sky was thick with cloud, and the moon behind it was waning fast. They had days, perhaps less, before the prison beneath Gryffindor Tower would open for good. The journey back to Hogwarts was a blur of apparition jumps and hurried travel beneath charmed cloaks. As they crossed into the protective boundaries of the castle grounds, the three of them felt a familiar weight lift slightly from their shoulders. Even cloaked in uncertainty, the castle felt like home. But the sense of safety was only an illusion, one they knew too well not to trust. Beneath the very stones they walked on, something ancient stirred, and now, with the knowledge Griphook had given them, the urgency of their mission had deepened. Their first stop was the library. By candlelight, Hermione pored over every genealogical record she could find. She combed through dusty tomes detailing wizarding family lines, tracing names that had faded into legend. Ron and Harry worked beside her, flipping through registers, old admissions logs, and even enchanted scrolls that whispered lineage aloud when tapped. But nowhere did the name Godric Gryffindor appear with a direct descendant. It was as though he had vanished from history the moment Hogwarts had been founded. Frustration mounted as the hours passed. Most of the portraits that lined the library and the corridors offered little help. The painted figures either claimed to know nothing or else recited grand tales of Gryffindor's battles and bravery, none of which mentioned an heir. Even the portrait of Albus Dumbledore, who sometimes visited from his frame in the headmistress's office, only offered a quiet, cryptic remark. Blood alone is not always the bond that matters. The lion leaves his mark in more than name. Hermione scowled. That's just like him, always riddles. But it was a clue, and they clung to it. They turned next to the ghosts. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, or Nearly Headless Nick as he was more commonly known, welcomed them with his usual polite bow, though his expression grew serious as soon as they mentioned the sword. There were rumors long ago, he said, drifting beside the fire in the empty common room late that night, that Godric Gryffindor left a final ward upon this place, something known only to him and the castle itself. I know little more than that, but there is one spirit who might— Who? Harry asked at once, already half rising from his chair. Nick's gaze shifted toward the far wall where the staircase had once appeared. The Grey Lady, he said softly. Helena Ravenclaw. She knows the truth the rest of us have long forgotten. But be warned, her memories are old and tangled with sorrow. She may not give them up easily. They found the Grey Lady near the base of the astronomy tower, gazing silently through a high window at the mist-covered hills beyond. When they approached, she did not turn, but her voice floated back to them, as clear and cold as frost. You seek knowledge buried in the foundation of this place, she said. Knowledge that was hidden for good reason. We need to know if Gryffindor had an heir, Hermione said, her voice firm but respectful. It's the only way to stop what's happening beneath the tower. The ghost turned at last, her pale face unreadable. Her eyes, though gray and distant, held a trace of something deeper, perhaps fear or guilt. There was a time when the founders stood as one, she said quietly, but in the final years they drifted apart, Gryffindor and Slytherin most of all. Yet even Godric had secrets. He did not trust blindly, not even those closest to him. Did he have a child? Harry asked. No, the Grey Lady replied, but he had a student, one whom he trained in private, a boy of fierce courage and unyielding loyalty. Gryffindor believed that true inheritance lay not in blood, but in character. When he knew his end was near, he passed to this student a legacy of guardianship, a task that would span generations. Ron leaned forward. "What kind of task?" "The keeping of the seal," she said, "the watching of the prison." Hermione's breath caught. So there was a line. A secret one, not of kin, but of duty. The Grey Lady nodded. The line was never written in books. Each heir was chosen quietly, trained in silence, bound by oath. But the line has been lost for more than a century. The last guardian disappeared during the Goblin rebellions. Since then, the castle has kept the secret alone. Harry felt the weight of that revelation settle over them. Then the line ended, and the seal began to fail. The ghost gave a slight nod, her face shadowed with sorrow. Perhaps, or perhaps the magic simply began to forget. Even the strongest wards weaken without memory to bind them. Hermione turned to Harry. "If we can't find the last guardian, maybe the castle can help. Maybe it remembers." Ron frowned. "You want to ask the castle?" She nodded. "It's alive in a way. The stairwell appears at will. The torches light. The rooms shift. Hogwarts knows. If the guardian is truly gone, perhaps the castle has chosen someone new." Harry stared at the hearth, the flickering flames casting shadows on the walls. He remembered the way the staircase had reacted to them, the way the sword had pulsed in his presence, the way the shadow had called him heir. Was it possible the castle had chosen him? Before he could speak, the flames flared white. A low hum filled the room, and the wall where the staircase had appeared began to shimmer. "It's calling again," Ron said, standing. Harry rose, wand in hand. "Then we follow." Hermione gave a sharp nod, already moving toward the wall. The stairway returned, dark and slick, steeper than before, the shadows at its edges trembling as though with breath. They descended once more. The chamber at the bottom had changed. The pedestal was gone. In its place was a circle of broken stone, and above it floated a sphere of flickering light, within which shadows writhed like smoke. The sword, now buried somewhere beneath, was no longer the focus. The prison had become the heart, and it was breaking. Hermione took a cautious step forward. "The containment spell is unraveling." Ron moved to her side, wand ready. "We don't have time to find an heir." Harry stepped into the circle, the magic tingling against his skin like ice. "I think we already have," he said quietly. "If the castle chose a guardian, then it's me." The light within the sphere flared. The shadows coiled, and something ancient began to stir. The light within the sphere expanded, bathing the chamber in a pale silver glow that danced across the stone walls like moonlight on water. The shadows within writhed and coiled, flickering with the suggestion of shapes, claws, wings, eyes that never closed. The hum in the air deepened, resonating in their chests, vibrating through the soles of their shoes and into the very bones of the castle. Hermione's voice was low but steady. "Harry, if the castle has chosen you, then it must mean you carry something of Gryffindor's legacy. Not blood, perhaps, but magic, intent, the will to guard." "I never asked for this," Harry said, staring at the pulsing light. "I never knew there was anything to inherit." "No heir ever does," came a new voice, quiet and clear, echoing softly from the far side of the chamber. They spun round. A figure stood in the shadows between two pillars, tall, robed in red that shimmered with gold thread, a hood covering most of his face. His hands were gloved, but the presence he carried was unmistakable. He radiated magic as surely as Dumbledore once had. "Who are you?" Harry asked, wand raised but not yet casting. The figure stepped forward. Beneath the hood was a face lined with age, eyes bright and oddly familiar. "I'm called Auric. I'm the last of the line of guardians, though until this moment I believed myself the only one left." Ron glanced at Hermione, who looked equally stunned, but the Grey Lady said the line ended. Eric smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. "Not ended, hidden. I was trained in secret, just as those before me were. My master vanished during the war with Grindelwald, and I inherited his charge before I was ready. I've watched the seal from afar for years, but I felt its pain growing, its hunger, and now I've returned because the prison is dying." Harry stepped forward. "We need to know what's inside it, what it is we're trying to keep bound." Aura's eyes met his. "It is not a beast, not in the way you understand. It is magic, wild, ancient, untamed, a remnant from before our world was shaped. The first curse is the oldest kind of magic, born when men and creatures still shared the same tongue, when spells were not taught but felt. The founders discovered it by accident, and it nearly destroyed them. Only Gryffindor, brave and fool enough to try, dared face it alone. He did not kill it, because it could not be killed. He trapped it, drawing on the castle's heartstone, and forged the blade that would bind it in place." Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper. "And now it's waking." Auric nodded. "Because the magic that held it has weakened. Because I am no longer enough. Because something has changed in the balance of the castle itself." Ron looked at Harry. You're what's changed." Auric studied him for a long moment. "The sword responded to you, didn't it? The shadow spoke your name?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. "It called me the heir, and when I stepped into the circle, the seal reacted." Auric stepped aside and gestured to the floating sphere. "Then it may be that the castle has chosen. I am only its keeper, but it has marked you as its guardian." Hermione took a breath. "But if the seal is breaking, and Harry is the new guardian, what can we do to stop the curse from escaping?" "There is one way," Auric said, "a rite of rebinding, ancient, dangerous. It would draw the curse into the guardian's own magic, link it to him, and then seal it again through the heart of the sword. But if it fails, the curse will consume him. If it succeeds, the prison will hold for another generation." Ron scowled. "That doesn't sound like much of a choice." "It is the only choice," Auric replied calmly. "The seal must be restored before the next full moon. After that, the sword's magic will collapse entirely." Harry stared at the floating light. Inside it, the shadows moved faster now, as if sensing their time was drawing near. The hum had deepened to a tremor that touched everything in the room. "Then teach me," he said. "Whatever the rite is, whatever I have to do, I'll do it." Auric nodded slowly. "Then we begin now. There is no time to waste." The next hours were a blur of old spells, complex runes and enchanted symbols, traced in powdered stone and phoenix ash. Auric directed them with the precision of a master craftsman, instructing Harry in gestures that resonated with deep, primal magic. Hermione assisted, her memory perfect, her wand movements graceful and exact. Ron kept watch, reinforcing the circle's edge with protective charms, his eyes constantly flicking to the floating sphere. By the time they completed the last binding mark, the chamber had changed. The walls shimmered with threads of ancient light, and the sword, though still buried beneath the floor, seemed to pulse with awareness. The shadows within the sphere had slowed, but they pressed harder against the barrier now, straining like wolves against a gate. Arik turned to Harry. "When I give the word, you must enter the circle again. The curse will reach for you. Let it. Do not resist. Channel it through your wand and into the sword's seal. I will hold the boundary with Hermione. Ron, protect the entrance. If anything breaks through, we must not be interrupted." Harry nodded, heart pounding. He stepped to the edge of the circle. Now, he crossed the boundary. The effect was immediate. The shadows struck the edge of the sphere with a soundless roar, and the light shattered. Darkness poured out, streaming toward Harry like a living tide. He held his wand steady, jaw clenched, eyes fixed on the heart of the seal that had reformed beneath the floor. The darkness touched him, and he screamed. It was not pain in the physical sense. It was a storm of memory, of magic, of emotion so raw and ancient it could not be named. He saw flashes of fire, beasts with too many eyes, forests of bone, skies torn in half. He felt fury, despair, the wild glee of unshaped power. He felt the madness of spells cast with blood instead of words, the joy of destruction for its own sake. But he did not let go. He thought of Hogwarts, of Gryffindor Tower and its glowing hearth, of Ron's laugh, Hermione's voice, of Ginny, of Quidditch, of feasts and snow and friends. He thought of Dumbledore's eyes, of Sirius, of Lupin, of those he had lost and those he still protected, and he forced the shadow down. Through his wand, through his arms, through his chest, he channeled the curse toward the ancient stone beneath his feet. The sword responded, not by rising but by singing, a low echoing hum that grew into a harmony, resonating with the very bones of the chamber. The shadows howled, shrieked, twisted, and then light, brilliant, red gold bursting from the cracks in the stone like fire from a volcano. The darkness vanished. Harry collapsed. Silence returned. Arik was the first to speak, his voice quiet. "It is done." Hermione knelt beside Harry, checking his pulse, brushing his hair back from his sweat-drenched brow. "He's alive," she said, relief choking her words. Ron exhaled. Bloody hell. The chamber was quiet once more, but at its heart, the sword had returned, risen from the stone, its gem burning with a steady crimson light. The curse had been bound again. For now, Harry awoke to the soft sound of dripping water and the faraway rustle of robes. His head throbbed, though not with pain. It was more like the echo of something vast and ancient that had brushed the edges of his mind and retreated, leaving behind a hollow silence where thunder had once raged. As he blinked the haze from his vision, he saw the familiar arches of Gryffindor Tower above him, its crimson banners swaying gently in the breeze from an open window. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the stone floor, and beside him, Hermione sat in a straight-backed armchair, her wand in one hand and a book in the other, though her eyes were not on the page. She looked up as he stirred, her expression shifting at once from thoughtfulness to relief. "Harry," she whispered, setting the book aside and leaning forward. "Barely," he croaked, throat dry. "What happened?" "You did it," she said, and her voice held a tremble. the kind that followed long days of silence and nights of worry. The rite worked. The curse was drawn back into the seal. The sword rose again. Arik says the prison will hold for at least another generation. Harry sat up slowly, every muscle aching as though he had fought a duel against a mountain. And the curse? It's gone? Not gone, she corrected gently, but sleeping, waiting. The seal is whole, but like before, it won't last forever. The magic you used, it bought us time, but only time. Harry leaned back against the pillow and closed his eyes. Then someone else will have to guard it when I'm gone. Ron's voice came from the stairwell, half muffled by a mouthful of what sounded like toast. No need to get all gloomy just yet, mate. You've still got at least 70 years before you keel over. We'll figure something out long before that. He dropped into the armchair across from Hermione, brushing crumbs from his robes. We've been keeping watch. The staircase hasn't reappeared since the rite. Arik says the castle is resting, whatever that means. Harry opened his eyes again. Where is he? Gone, Hermione said. Vanished before dawn. Left no trace, no note, nothing. Just disappeared. Typical of someone trained to hide in the shadows of history. Harry frowned. And the sword? In the chamber. Reforged. Arik said it would only respond to the hand of the guardian. You, now. He bound the seal to your magic during the rite. No one else can enter the circle. There was a pause, and then Ron added more softly, You know what this means, right? You're not just part of Hogwarts now. You're part of its protection. You're the thing standing between that curse and the rest of the world. Harry sighed. Brilliant. Just what I needed. Another cursed object tied to my life. Hermione smiled despite herself. At least this one didn't try to possess you. The next days passed in a blur of whispered questions and silent answers. The other students never learned the full story, though whispers circulated about strange lights seen through the windows of Gryffindor Tower, and odd rumblings in the walls during the night. Professor McGonagall asked no questions, though her eyes lingered longer than usual on the trio when they passed in the corridors, and once, when she caught Harry alone after charms, she placed a firm hand on his shoulder and said, very quietly, The Founders chose wisely, Mr. Potter. Whatever lies beneath these stones, you have proven yourself equal to it. The seal held, classes resumed, and for a time, the castle was quiet. But quiet at Hogwarts was never without meaning. It was on the third evening after the rite that Harry returned alone to the chamber beneath the tower. The staircase, once summoned by shadow and fire, now appeared silently for him and him alone, its red stone cool beneath his feet. The walls greeted him not with chill, but with something that felt like recognition, as though the magic of the place now acknowledged his presence. He descended slowly, wand-lit, until the chamber opened before him once more. The sword stood waiting, embedded in the stone like an old sentinel. Its blade gleamed faintly, no longer blackened with cursed metal, but instead glowing softly, as if the fire of Gryffindor's courage had been reignited within it. The gem in the hilt pulsed gently with each of his steps, beating like a heart in rhythm with his own. He approached and rested his hand lightly on the hilt. For a moment, he felt nothing. Then, a surge of warmth flooded through his arm. Not like fire, but like the memory of sunlight on a cold morning. It was not a greeting nor a warning, but an acceptance. The magic that had once sealed away a curse now knew his name. He stood there for a while, watching the blade. listening to the silence. When he finally turned and climbed back toward the world above, the sword remained in place, patient and still. The burden of a guardian was not one he had chosen. It was never a title he had sought. But as he stepped once more into the warm light of the common room, into the familiar scent of parchment and soot, he understood. Some legacies are not passed through blood, but through choice. And Hogwarts, wild, mysterious, ancient Hogwarts, had chosen him. The days that followed were filled with a peculiar sense of calm, as if the castle itself had settled into a quiet sleep. The corridors no longer whispered, the paintings no longer turned with a start when footsteps approached, and the flickering torches in Gryffindor Tower burned with a steady golden flame. Yet for all the peace that had returned to Hogwarts, Harry remained uneasy. Beneath the surface of the stone walls and shifting staircases, he could still feel the pulse of the seal, like a second heartbeat thrumming quietly beneath his own. Lessons continued, and the school resumed its familiar rhythm. Professor Flitwick drilled them on advanced countercharms. Professor Sprout had them uprooting chameleon creepers that bit when startled. And in the great hall, the ceiling mirrored soft spring skies streaked with swallows. But beneath all this, Harry carried a new kind of vigilance, one that could not be set down even in sleep. He kept the sword's chamber locked behind a web of silent enchantments, hidden from any but himself. And each night before bed, he checked the seal to ensure its light still glowed and its shadows remained bound. Hermione, ever methodical, insisted they create a log of magical fluctuations, drawing daily readings from various points around the tower and comparing them to the original levels recorded during the rite. She spent hours in the library cross-referencing texts on magical guardianship, ancient oaths, and structural spellwork that predated the Ministry's own codified laws. Ron, less enthused by research but no less loyal, took it upon himself to test the new wards they'd placed, hurling spells of increasing strength against the invisible barriers until one misfired and turned his hair a deep violet for 2 days. Despite their vigilance, the unease persisted. It came in fleeting moments, a flicker at the edge of vision, a cold breath against the back of the neck when no windows were open, a sudden silence that fell in corridors where students had been laughing only a moment before. Once, Neville swore that his ink bottle levitated by itself during herbology revision, and Ginny reported seeing a mirror in the corridor near the owlery ripple, as though something had passed through its reflection. Though small, these events were enough to keep Harry alert. He had learned long ago not to dismiss such signs. It was near the end of the month, during a quiet dinner in the common room, that the first true warning came. Hermione had just begun explaining a new discovery, an obscure passage in the Codex of Bound Magic that described the relationship between sealed relics and their anchor, when a sudden tremor passed through the floor. It was brief, subtle enough that most would have missed it, but the goblet on the table clinked against its plate, and the flames in the hearth flickered with an unnatural gust. Harry stood at once. It's starting again. Hermione leapt to her feet, already gathering her books and parchment. The seal must have been disturbed. Ron shoved his chair back and grabbed his wand. I thought you said the sword would hold for years. I said it might, she corrected sharply, if undisturbed. Something's changed. They left the common room without a word to the others, slipping through the concealed passage behind the portrait of Lachlan the Lanky and descending the hidden stair. The castle, ever perceptive, seemed to know where they were going, shifting its halls to ease their path. They reached the base of the tower in minutes, and the red stone stairway had already formed, rising from the floor like a waiting sentinel. When they reached the chamber, Harry felt it at once. The magic in the air was thinner, stretched taut like a thread drawn too tight. The sword stood in the center of the room, unchanged, but the light within the seal flickered faintly, and a hairline crack had appeared in the circle of runes that bound the curse. Hermione knelt beside it at once, examining the mark. This wasn't caused by weakening magic. It's external. Something tried to breach the seal. Ron's brow furrowed. Someone outside the castle? Or inside? Harry said grimly. Someone who found out where it is. Someone who wants the curse released. Hermione's face paled. We need to know how they found it. The enchantments should have kept it hidden from everyone, but you. Harry looked at the sword. Its gem pulsed once, slowly, then dimmed. He turned away and paced the edge of the chamber, eyes scanning the walls. The person would need to know ancient magic, old enough to sense the spell work Auric laid down, old enough to unpick it. And powerful, Hermione added. This isn't something a student could do. Then who? Ron asked. There aren't many who'd want to let something like this loose again. Harry paused at the base of one of the columns. A trace of ash, nearly invisible, lingered near the runes. He knelt and touched it. It was cold, dry, and tingled against his fingertips. Someone's been here, he said, since the rite. Someone strong enough to cross the threshold and leave no trace behind. Hermione stood slowly. If they return, and if they break the seal before we're ready, then the first curse will walk free, Harry finished. They left the chamber more cautious than ever, reinforcing the boundaries with every protective charm they knew. Hermione crafted an alarm spell tied to the precise weave of the seal's binding, one that would trigger if even the subtlest disruption occurred. Harry, meanwhile, traced the steps of the intruder through every hallway and stair that touched Gryffindor Tower, but the trail vanished at the edge of the 6th-floor corridor, where the wall met a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. The magic faded there, dissipated like mist, leaving behind nothing more than a faint shimmer in the air that resisted every revealing spell Hermione tried. The next day, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office. The expression she wore was not angry, but wary, like a lioness watching the brush for snakes. I've received a report from the castle itself, she said without preamble. A surge of magic beneath Gryffindor Tower. A level of activity it has not recorded since the Founder's enchantments were first laid. Harry nodded slowly. The seal was breached. Her expression hardened. By whom? We don't know. But someone managed to reach the chamber without triggering any of the wards. McGonagall stood, pacing slowly behind her desk. The Founders built this castle with every protection known to them, and some beyond our comprehension. If those protections are failing or being circumvented, we are in more danger than you realize. We do realize, Harry said. That's why I need access to the old records in the headmaster's vault, the ones kept from public view. She stopped pacing. They are sealed with blood runes and oath wards, bound to the office itself. Not even I have read some of them. Then let me, Harry said, or come with me. If we're going to stop this, we need to know everything, every spell, every name, every warning they left behind. For a long moment, she did not speak. Then she moved to the cabinet behind her desk, whispered a phrase in Latin Harry didn't recognize, and drew from the drawer a key carved of bone and gold. You'll have 1 hour, she said, and only under my supervision. Harry nodded. The door to the vault creaked open behind them. Whatever truths lay within, they would face them together. The vault beneath the headmaster's office was unlike any room Harry had ever entered in Hogwarts. It lay deep below the tower, far beyond the rotating staircase and the quiet portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses. The stone of the passage changed as they descended, shifting from familiar gray Hogwarts masonry to smooth, dark granite etched with runes that pulsed softly as they passed. The air grew cooler, heavier, as though thick with centuries of silence. When they reached the end of the corridor, McGonagall raised a key, its surface traced with gold veins, and pressed it into a narrow slot at the center of a carved door. There was a soft click, and the door swung inward without a sound. The chamber within was round, lined with shelves that reached to the domed ceiling, each shelf filled with scrolls, sealed books, and small rune-marked chests. At the heart of the chamber stood a single pedestal, and upon it rested an open ledger bound in deep red leather. McGonagall gestured for Harry to enter. "This vault predates even the first headmasters," she said. "It was constructed by the founders themselves to preserve their most guarded records, things too dangerous or too sacred to be kept in the general archives. Some of the objects here are older than the school. Most are unreadable without the proper clearance." Harry stepped forward, Hermione and Ron close behind him, and began scanning the rows of texts, most of which bore no titles. Many were written in runic scripts or Old English, while others shimmered with spells of concealment that shifted the letters whenever he tried to focus on them. Hermione, undeterred, began casting soft deciphering charms, her wand tip glowing blue as she worked. "This one," she murmured, pulling down a scroll sealed with a clasp shaped like a lion's head. "It's enchanted with Gryffindor's crest. The signature matches his known sigil. If anything holds information about the sword, or the curse, it's this." Harry helped her unfasten the clasp. The parchment unfurled slowly, releasing a breath of ancient, dry air. The writing within was elegant and slanted, the ink so dark it looked freshly laid. "To those who find these words," Hermione read aloud, "know that this record was not meant for idle curiosity. What is bound must remain so. What is forgotten must not be remembered lightly." She paused, then continued, her voice tightening. "There was once a rift in the world, not a place, but a moment. A fault in the fabric of magic. From it poured something beyond comprehension, a force without shape or purpose save destruction. It had no will, no face, no name, only hunger. We called it the first curse, for it was the earliest magic to rebel against the order of the world." Hermione's eyes moved quickly across the page. "It says the founders tried to destroy it, but every spell rebounded. Slytherin proposed harnessing it. Ravenclaw argued to study it. Hufflepuff wished to entomb it, but it was Gryffindor who acted. He drew it into a vessel forged of heartstone and blood oath, sealed by fire and oath-bound steel. A sword not made for battle, but for binding." She looked up. The sword wasn't a weapon. It was a lock. Ron stared at the parchment, his face pale. "And someone's trying to pick it open." Harry stepped closer to the pedestal, scanning the remaining lines. Eller called the sword Vigilum Ignis, the Watchfire. It was left beneath the tower not only to contain the curse, but to serve as a beacon should the seal begin to fail. The Guardian is not just a warden. He is the torch-bearer. His magic keeps the fire lit. McGonagall stood silently beside them, her face unreadable. "Then if the fire dims," Hermione finished the thought, "the curse will begin to escape." The last line of the scroll was short, but Harry felt the weight of it, as though it had been shouted through the stone. "If the watchfire breaks, it will not bind again. The world will burn, not with flame, but with the memory of what was before." Harry folded the scroll carefully and returned it to the pedestal. The three of them looked at one another, the truth at last laid bare between them. This was not merely a relic, it was a prison balanced on the edge of a blade. Ron turned to McGonagall. You said the castle registered a magical surge. Have there been others? Anything that might hint who's behind this? The headmistress considered for a moment, then nodded slowly. 2 nights ago, one of the door wardens at the west gate detected a breach. Just for a moment, a distortion in the enchantments, as though someone had stepped through the outer boundary without using the gates or flue network. I dismissed it as a reading error. I now believe I was wrong. Harry's mind was already racing. We need to speak with the portraits, the Founders' ones. They don't speak to anyone, McGonagall said at once. They've remained silent since the time of the first headmasters. Even Dumbledore couldn't awaken them. Maybe they've been waiting, Hermione said softly, glancing at Harry, waiting for a guardian to take the seal again. With the scroll secured and the vault locked once more, they returned to the headmaster's office. The portraits stirred as they entered, the familiar faces of long-past witches and wizards observing them from gilt frames with varying degrees of interest. But the highest frames, those above the fireplace, partially veiled by shadows, remained motionless. The 4 portraits, each set into an archway carved with their house sigil, were of the Founders themselves. Helga Hufflepuff looked serene, hands folded in her lap. Rowena Ravenclaw sat with a tome across her knees, her gaze unreadable. Salazar Slytherin, carved in green-hued oil, stared with a faint smirk on his lips. And Godric Gryffindor, flame-hailed and cloaked in crimson, stood with one hand resting on the hilt of a painted blade. Harry stepped forward and met the eyes of his house's founder. I found the sword, he said quietly. I saw the seal. I took the oath. If you are there, if any part of you still remains, speak now. For a long moment, nothing happened, and Gryffindor's painted eyes flicked downward. It was a small movement, so slight it could have been imagined, but the breath caught in Harry's throat. Ron let out a low whistle, and Hermione stood frozen. Gryffindor spoke, his voice low and rough with the echo of forgotten halls. The Guardian rises again. The other portraits stirred, Ravenclaw lifting her eyes from the book, Hufflepuff placing a hand to her heart, Slytherin narrowing his gaze with something between amusement and warning. It was not meant to come to this, Gryffindor continued. The prison was never made to last forever, but nor was it made to be broken. If it fails, the curse will not simply rise. It will feed on fear, on ambition, on the cracks in our world. Harry stepped closer. Then tell us how to stop it. There is only one way, Gryffindor said. Find the hand that seeks to open it. They will not stop. They cannot. The curse speaks to those who listen. It seduces, promises power. They are already lost, but the world is not. Harry nodded. We'll find them. And deep within the tower's stone heart, the watchfire glowed with steady light. But outside its walls, footsteps already stirred in the dark. Though the fire in the common room burned as bright as ever, and the murmur of students finishing homework filled the evening air, Harry could not shake the weight of Gryffindor's words. The curse will not simply rise, it will feed. They echoed again and again in his thoughts, repeating with a terrible rhythm that would not let him rest. Someone had found a way to slip past the castle's protections and touch the seal. Someone had reached through the layers of enchantment and drawn close enough to leave a mark. And that someone was still at large. Hermione spent the following days consulting every known text on magical seduction, charms and curses that influenced the mind, spells that whispered instead of shouted. She worked in silence, her quill never stopping, her fingers stained with ink and smudged charcoal. "It must be a listening spell," she said one evening, as she traced her finger along a page titled "Tongues of the Old World." The first curse doesn't speak with words, not truly. It feels. It impresses itself on those who are open, those who want power, who desire control or vengeance. It promises them what they think they deserve. Ron, in turn, had begun watching the other students more closely. He observed who lingered in the corridors after curfew, who moved alone through the library stacks or slipped away from meals. "There's someone who keeps going into the owlery late at night," he said one morning, buttering toast in the great hall. "6th year, I think. Sallow face. Doesn't speak much. Always looks like he's listening to something we can't hear." "We should follow him," Harry said. "No," Hermione replied, not looking up from her book. "We don't have proof. And if he's not the one, we'll only scare him off, or worse, push him toward the curse. That's what it does. It wants to be heard." And so they watched quietly, like sentries waiting on the walls of an unseen battlefield. Days passed. No more tremors disturbed the tower, and the sword remained sealed, but the air within the castle grew taut with tension, like the silence before a storm. Students whispered of strange things, windows opening themselves, hallways echoing with footsteps that had no owner. One girl in Ravenclaw claimed her ink froze solid during a history of magic lecture. Though the classroom was warm and dry, even the ghosts grew restless. Sir Nicholas floated through the great hall with a pinched expression, and the fat friar's usual cheer had given way to wary silence. Then, one evening, just as the last bell had rung and students were gathering their things, a scream rang out from the 5th-floor corridor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already halfway there before the echoes faded. They found the corridor empty save for the portrait of a wizard in deep blue robes, whose frame had been slashed down the middle, paint peeling at the edges. The floor was marked with soot, and on the wall beside it, drawn in what looked like ink or perhaps something darker, was a single symbol. A spiral within a circle, etched with jagged lines that seemed to shimmer faintly even in the torchlight. Hermione froze. "That's an invocation sigil. Old magic, really old. From before Hogwarts." "What does it do?" Ron asked, raising his wand. "It's a calling mark," she replied. "It's meant to open a channel, to invite something through." They were not alone. From the end of the corridor came the sound of soft footsteps, almost inaudible, like someone walking barefoot across ancient stone. Harry turned, wand ready, and called out, "Who's there?" A figure stepped into view. It was the boy Ron had mentioned, the 6th year with the sallow face and the distant eyes. He stood still for a moment, as if listening to something only he could hear, then raised his wand slowly, not in attack, but in reverence. "It speaks to me," he said, his voice quiet and strange. "In dreams, in whispers. It says the world is broken, and it can fix it." "Put down your wand," Harry said, his own still raised. The boy smiled. "You don't understand. You're trying to lock away a gift, but it's not a curse. It's freedom. Power beyond anything the Founders imagine." Hermione stepped forward. "That thing will destroy you. It feeds on those who listen. It uses your thoughts, your hopes, your pain." "I'm not afraid," the boy said. "It chose me, just like it chose you." He pointed at Harry, eyes burning with something that looked like admiration. "You touched it. You felt it. You know what it is." Harry's mind flashed with memories of the rite, the screaming shadows, the visions of fire, the weight of unshaped magic pressing against his soul. "I fought it," he said, "and I bound it. You have no idea what you're playing with." The boy's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll show you." With a sudden twist of his wand, he cast a spell, not toward them, but toward the symbol on the wall. The ink shimmered, flared bright red, and then burst outward in a wave of invisible force. Harry barely had time to throw up a shield. The corridor shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. The walls groaned as if the castle itself were trying to contain the surge of magic. The spiral on the wall twisted, unraveling like a living thing. And from it came a voice. Not the boy's, not human, but deep and cold and ancient. "You have called." The boy fell to his knees, trembling. "Take me, use me, let me be your vessel." Ron shouted a stunning spell, and the boy collapsed. Hermione was already sealing the sigil, chanting a containment charm that shimmered with golden light. The voice faded. The corridor went still. For a long moment, the three stood in silence, breathing hard, the air still charged with lingering magic. "That wasn't just a mark," Hermione said. "It was a gate. He was trying to open the seal from here." Harry knelt beside the unconscious boy, whose expression, even in sleep, was peaceful, too peaceful. The curse got into his mind. It's not just a prison anymore. It's reaching out. Ron scratched his head. If it can touch him, how many others can it reach? Hermione didn't answer. She didn't have to. They carried the boy to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey clucked and frowned, unable to explain his condition. He did not wake. He did not respond. He simply lay there as though dreaming deeply of something just out of reach. That night, Harry returned to the chamber beneath the tower. The sword stood waiting, as always. But now its gem flickered faster, its glow dimmer. He placed his hand on the hilt. The seal pulsed once, then steadied, and from the depths of the chamber, something whispered, not with words, but with feeling. "A test is coming, and not even the guardian may be enough." The following days passed under a veil of tense silence, as though the entire castle were holding its breath. Though classes continued and meals were served, there was a weight in the air that none could name, a heaviness that pressed against every stone and beam. News of the incident on the 5th floor spread quickly, distorted by rumor and fear. Some said a cursed mirror had cracked open a doorway to another realm. Others whispered that a student had gone mad and tried to hex a portrait into giving up its secrets. The truth, as always, was more terrible than fiction. The 6th-year boy, whose name they now knew was Caldus Avery, remained unconscious in the hospital wing, watched day and night by Madame Pomfrey in 3 enchanted wards that Hermione had placed personally. He had not stirred since the moment he collapsed. When Harry visited him that first night, he found no sign of evil in the boy's face, only peace, like someone sleeping through the worst of a storm. But it was a peace Harry could not trust. Hermione's research intensified. She spent every waking moment in the library or in the common room, surrounded by scrolls and books she had summoned from the restricted section, and even, on one occasion, the Department of Mysteries via a coded owl request she refused to explain. She studied the structure of magical seals, especially those designed to contain intangible forces, spells that worked not by destruction but by redirection and suppression. "This curse," she said one evening, her voice tight with fatigue, "was never just a thing. It's a consciousness, a will, and it's getting smarter." Ron looked up from the map he'd been marking. "Smarter how?" "It's choosing targets now," she said. "It found Caldas because he was vulnerable, isolated, ambitious, overlooked. But it spoke through him. That mark, that gate, it was precise, a ritual. It wasn't just some wild, magical outburst." Harry nodded slowly. "It's hunting for another way out. Through people. Not just through cracks in the seal." That night, he returned to the sword chamber once more. A staircase opened only for him now, its red stone silent and steady beneath his feet. As he descended, the torches lit one by one, casting dancing shadows along the walls. When he entered the chamber, he found it colder than usual, not icy, but breathless, like the stillness before thunder. The sword stood in the center, its blade gleaming with the last light of the torches, the gem in its hilt dimmer than before. Harry approached slowly, reaching out to place his hand on the pommel. As his fingers touched the metal, a pulse of magic shot through him, not painful, but sharp, like the cold sting of winter air. His vision blurred, and the chamber faded from view. When it returned, it was changed. He was no longer alone. Standing across the chamber, cloaked in deep crimson, was Godrich Gryffindor. But this was not the painted version he had seen in the headmaster's office. This figure was younger, his eyes burning with fire, his shoulders broad and battle-worn, his sword, the sword resting in one hand, its edge dark with soot. "You have accepted the burden," Gryffindor said, his voice like the ring of steel on stone. "But you do not yet understand it." Harry swallowed. "I know what the curse is. I've felt it. I've seen what it can do." "You've seen its echo," Gryffindor replied, "not its true self. It wears many faces. It can appear as hope, as mercy, as the answer to every desperate plea. It is older than any house, older than any name. It does not simply destroy, it tempts." Harry took a step forward. "Then tell me how to destroy it." Gryffindor's gaze darkened. "You cannot. That is the first lesson. The first curse cannot be broken. It can only be bound, and even then, only by one who bears the seal and the will to hold it. You are guardian, not by choice, but by calling." Harry felt the weight of those words settle like a chain on his shoulders. "Then what do I do? Just stand here for the rest of my life, waiting for it to wake again?" "You stand," Gryffindor said, "and when the storm rises, you hold. You must understand. There will come a moment when the seal falters, when the fire grows dim, and when the curse will reach through your very heart. It will not come as shadow, but as a choice. It will offer you peace, power, all the things you were once denied." Harry thought of the prophecy, of the war, of the graveyards and the silence that followed the end. "And I have to say, no." "You must say yes to something greater," Gryffindor said. "To the world, to those who cannot fight. You are not just the guardian of the sword. You are the guardian of what must not return." With those final words, the vision faded. Harry stood once more in the chamber, his hand still resting on the sword's hilt. The blade was cold. The gem pulsed again, steadier now, brighter. He returned to the common room in silence, where Hermione and Ron were waiting. "Something's coming," he said. "Soon. We need to be ready." It came faster than they expected. The next morning, just as breakfast was being served, an owl burst into the great hall through the high windows, scattering feathers and students alike. It was not bearing a letter, but a cry, a screech so loud and sharp that it made the enchanted plates tremble. It spiraled once, then crashed into the teacher's table, lifeless. Professor McGonagall stood at once, her wand drawn. Defensive wards, now! But before the enchantments could be cast, a pulse of magic erupted through the hall. Every candle went out. The ceiling, once enchanted to reflect the sky, turned black, and in the silence that followed, a voice spoke, deep, smooth, and impossibly old. The seal is broken. The fire has dimmed. The guardian has been tested, and the final gate now opens. A symbol appeared in the air above the staff table, a spiral within a circle, burning in violet fire. Students screamed. The professors rose, casting protective spells over the tables, but the mark did not attack. It hovered, pulsing with menace. Hermione whispered, "That's not a message, that's a summoning." Harry stood slowly, drawing his wand. "They're calling it here." He turned to Ron and Hermione, his voice calm though his hands were shaking. "Get the others, lock the tower, no one leaves. I'll hold it off." "You're not going alone," Ron said at once. "No," Hermione added, "we go together." But Harry shook his head. "You don't understand. The chamber is calling me. It's drawing the curse toward me. If I'm not there, it'll tear the castle apart trying to reach me." Hermione hesitated, her eyes filled with dread. "Then we'll hold the halls. We'll protect the others. But you come back, Harry." "I will," he said. He turned and ran. Behind him, the fire in the great hall flared to life once more, casting the mark in gold and shadow. The watchfire awaited, and the final hour had begun. The stairwell to the chamber had already appeared by the time Harry reached Gryffindor Tower, waiting like an open wound beneath the wall. The red stone of the steps pulsed faintly, veins of flickering light racing through the cracks like fire struggling to breathe. He didn't pause, didn't glance back, but descended swiftly into the earth, the walls pressing close on either side as the air grew heavy with ancient magic. At the bottom, the chamber had changed. Where once the sword had stood alone upon the stone, now the room pulsed with a faint, violet glow. The seal circle had cracked wide in its center, not shattered, but fractured, like ice straining beneath weight. From that breach rose a mist, black and silver, flickering with sparks of gold. It did not swirl like smoke, nor flow like gas, but moved with purpose, like a tide seeking shore. At its center, barely visible, floated the blade. The watchfire had dimmed. Harry stepped forward, wand raised, his heart pounding so loudly he could scarcely hear the humming in the chamber. The mist recoiled slightly at his presence, folding in on itself like a cloak drawn against wind, but it did not retreat. From within it, a voice emerged, not thunderous, not cold, but soft, a whisper, closer than breath. "You have come again." Harry said nothing, only circled to the edge of the seal, his mind reaching back to every spell Eric had taught him, every symbol Hermione had traced into parchment, every word Gryffindor had spoken in that vision of memory. He needed to restore the binding. He needed to ignite the fire again. But the mist was already changing. It drew itself upward, twisting into a form that had no true shape, an echo of many things, with hints of a man's outline, a beast's breadth, wings that shimmered like smoke, eyes like coals drowned in oil. It did not belong in the world. It had not ever belonged. "You are afraid, guardian." Harry stepped inside the ring. "Yes," he said, steadying his voice. but not of you. The figure tilted its head. Oceans of what? Of what I'll have to become to stop you, he answered, his wand raised. The mist surged, lashing out toward him. Harry shouted a shielding charm, and the golden dome sprang up just in time, deflecting the blow with a crackle of sparks. The chamber shook, dust raining from the ceiling, but the floor beneath his feet held. The figure drew back. I offer you peace, power, an end to your war. Do you not see? I do not destroy. I fulfill. I complete. I make whole what your world has broken. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. No, you twist. You promise what people want to hear, then devour what's left. Another surge, another wave of pressure. The voice thickened, grew louder. You could be more than their guardian. You could be king. A temptation pulled at him. For a moment, he saw it. A world reshaped by his will, safe from harm. No more battles, no more graves. He could shield them all. He could rule not as tyrant, but as protector. He could silence evil. But the vision was only that. A shadow in his mind, dressed in gold to hide the rot beneath. He thought of Ron and Hermione, of the way they'd stood by him, not for power, but for friendship. He thought of Dumbledore, of the mistakes he had made, of how power had nearly unmade him. He thought of Lily and James, who had chosen sacrifice over safety. And he knew the answer. I don't want to rule, he said. I want to protect. With that, he stepped to the center of the seal and drew the blade from its resting place. The sword flared to life, its edge glowing like a star reborn. The gem in its hilt pulsed once, then twice, then erupted in a blaze of red gold fire that shot through the cracks in the seal, filling them with light. The mist screamed, its shape unraveling. The voice shattered into 1,000 shards of sound, and the fire spread, not a fire of flame, but of magic, of memory, of all the lives and hopes and laughter Hogwarts had ever known. The walls rang with voices, not screams but songs. The castle joined him, the stones remembered. The wards surged to life, the seal reknit itself in fire. Harry raised the blade, shouting the binding incantation with every breath he had left. Ignis vigilum, per voluntatem meam, ti vincio. The fire wrapped the mist, dragged it inward, bound it once more in the blade's burning heart. The air tore with sound, like cloth ripping across the sky. And then, silence. When Harry opened his eyes, the chamber was still. The seal was whole. The sword had returned to its rest, and the mist was gone. He fell to his knees, gasping, every part of him trembling. He felt as though he had poured out something of himself, something essential, to hold the curse at bay. But he was still himself, still whole. From above, voices called his name. He turned toward the stairs just as Hermione and Ron burst through, wands drawn, eyes wide with fear that turned quickly to relief. You mad idiot, Ron said, helping him to his feet. I told you not to go alone, Hermione muttered, blinking away tears. You never listen. Harry smiled faintly. I didn't need to. The castle was with me. Together, they stood in the chamber, the sword gleaming faintly behind them, the seal beneath their feet unbroken. The curse had been bound. The guardian had prevailed. And though the fire might dim again one day, and the seal might one day need reforging, for now Hogwarts was safe. Above them the castle breathed a deep, quiet breath, and the towers stood strong against the night. The watchfire burned on,